Okay. Good morning and welcome to everybody. Welcome back to some of you. It's 9:30 and it's time for us to open this hearing session. These are the stage 2 hearing sessions following on from the stage 1 sessions which were held some time ago. My name's Elaine Worthington. Next to me is Louise Crosby. We are inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 to carry out the independent examination of the Shropshire local plan. We will refer to the document as the plan during the hearing sessions. Most people will have spoken to Kerry Truman, the programme officer, who is dealing with administrative matters with her colleague Ian Bussey. They are your first point of contact if you have any queries about the procedures for the hearing sessions or the examination generally, and are based here for the duration of the hearing sessions. So, a few housekeeping points. Can everybody hear? Yep. Microphones need to be used, and it's the right hand button for on and then the right hand button for back off again. Obviously, if you don't want anybody to hear what's said sort of in between things, and make sure that they're off. Mobile phones, please, can they be turned to silent? Fire alarm, we had a practice. There was a practice on Monday and none are expected. So if it does happen, it's the real thing. We need to go out of the doors here into the car park, possibly following Mr. West. Car park. So if you haven't been before and you don't know the system, you need to have put your registration plate in the screens at the reception, otherwise you're likely to receive some sort of a fine. The council will be recording the sessions and then they'll be uploaded onto the website. Does anyone have any objection to being filmed? No. The guidance notes explain more about the examination. We've identified a number of matters and issues for this stage of the hearings to be investigated, taking account of representations made on the plan and the additional evidence. Today's hearing session will be based on these matters and issues. There are some proposed main modifications to the plan. They're set out in GC4M, the latest version of which is July 2024. Any main modifications that arise out of the hearing sessions may need consulting upon, and further sustainability appraisal may also be required at the end of the final hearing sessions. So the session is open to the public to observe, but only participants around the table are able to speak. Also, the hearing sessions are not an opportunity for participants to introduce points that were not included in their Regulation 19 statements or in response to the council's subsequent consultation. I should also stress that we will not be hearing about omission sites. Should we find that the council need to allocate more sites, that will be for them. There'll be a mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks, likely today to be 11ish, and then for, 15, 20 minutes, and then lunch at 12:30 is what we'll be aiming for, but we can be flexible with that. It's helpful if all participants can be seated and ready to begin the session at the allocated time when we're returning from the breaks. The hearing session will be a relaxed and informal discussion, focusing on the particular matter being considered. We've produced an agenda for this session based on our original matters and issues paper and in light of the statements received from the council and from others. We'll be asking a series of questions and asking the council and others to contribute as appropriate. Everyone will be given opportunities to speak if they wish to do so. If you want to speak on a particular issue, if you can raise your nameplate up on its end, and we'll try and take you in order and bring you into the discussion. We are aware that some participants might not be used to such events, and it will ensure that everyone is able to contribute and make their case. You don't need to repeat comments from statements or indeed ones that other people have made. Matters don't carry more weight just because lots of people have mentioned them. So I think that's all I've got on opening, unless I've missed any housekeeping or anything in particular. No. So if we could now turn to the agenda for matter 5. So matter 5 concerns infrastructure, delivery and viability. So that's policies SP1, SP2 and SP14 in the plan. So question 1. In our letter dated 15th of February 2023, which is the ID 28, we explained that we had some concerns about the gaps in the IDP and asked if that would be updated and some of the gaps populated. So that's the question. The matter was previously considered at stage 1 under matter 8, and there's an original. So it's the Shropshire Strategic Infrastructure and Investment Plan, but I'm going to call it the SIP. I presume that's what everybody, the SIP, dated December 2020. That's EV 067. So a new SIP has been produced and is on the website. That's GC 54. That's reviewed annually and is the latest version that has sought to address the gaps previously highlighted at stage 1 of the hearings. In terms of the remaining potential gaps, I think this was the approach last time, and we'll go with it again. I'm going to run through the gaps that we've identified in the SIP in the order that they appear there. That may well correspond with concerns of people around the table, or it may not. But if I just run through our list, and then we can revisit those afterwards, if there's anything additional or any other gaps that other people have seen that we haven't, I think we'll do it that way, if that's okay. So turning then to the updated SIP, GC 54. So the first one that we've looked at is 1O, not 0. So it's to do with the Shrewsbury West SUE on page 28 of that document. I'm going to wait for you to get there and then I'll start talking. Are you there? Right, 1 minute. Yeah, so that's the provision of a gas supply and it says TBC. So it's just, is there an update? So committed funding is TBC and then funding gap is TBC. So is there an update on that, and will it affect the deliverability?
Well, we don't have an update to that, but in terms of the deliverability of the site, I think it's worthwhile mentioning that site is well under construction. The Sue West development is a saved proposal in the current local plan, but is one of those ones which is being constructed at the moment. It's just to make sure people are aware where that is. It's the site north of Welshcore Road, and there's a site to the south of Welshcore Road as well, which constitute that SUE. So we have David Wilson Homes and Barrett Homes who are developing a significant proportion of that site at the moment. We have Anvil Housing who are currently begun construction on their parcel of land as well. So we would say that is well under development. So there is no issue there with that. I think I'm not entirely sure why it's still on the list, to be honest with you, as an issue, because it appears to have been resolved. If it would help, we can confirm that further, but it's to give you reassurance that is well under construction, and there's no concern through any of the conversations the council is having with those developers of this issue.
Okay, so that might be an updating issue. Just this is specifically on the gas, that particular 10, yeah.
I mean, we can probably delete it, I think, on this case, if that would help on this one.
I mean, yeah, if we know the position, that's fine. So that's not a TBC, it's a what would it say in those columns?
Done and dusted.
I'm fairly sure we can find a more professional way of expressing that concern. I mean, well, in that fact, it would just be removed from the list, in fact, so it wouldn't have to be included on the list at all, in fact, yeah.
Because this is
On the same still on Shrewsbury West. The next one up is 5B on page 39, which is to do with clean water. And it might be that the answer is the same, but if you could just confirm.
Yeah, it's the same answer, Ma'am. As I said, we are well under construction with that particular SUE, and those parcels have been subject to both Section 106 and SIL funding as well as part of that process. So we wouldn't see that as I think it's another one where that can be deleted. In fact, from the SIF.
Okay, thank you. So the next ones are all under flood risk management issues. There's a few of those. They're in the 7s. So it starts with 7A in various places. So the 7A, 7C, 7D, 7E, they're all in different areas. So I think the question with those is, are they going to hold up any of the sites?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I think there's a distinction here between on-rolling programs with the Environment Agency and the delivery of specific site allocations in the plan. I think this is one of those issues. I appreciate that the infrastructure plan should rightly be focusing on the delivery of the plan, but there are wider projects which happen, which are there to potentially alleviate existing issues with certain catchments or settlements, particularly when it's related to flood risk. So I would capture these within that as general flood management programs within those settlements. I don't think they, in their own right, undermine or have an impact on any of the site allocations which we're proposing in those settlements. So, I mean, part of the reason why we include these in calling it the infrastructure delivery plan, the SIF, sorry, interchangeable, apology, is part of the reason why we do this is to secure further funding, is so it's captured in a place. We know there is an existing issue. It's not undermining proposals in the current or emerging plan, but if you don't include it somewhere, you lose an opportunity to bid for funding effectively as part of that. So I think that's why we want to include these in the plan, but it's slightly separate to undermining delivery, I would say.
Okay, thank you. So the next ones are in 8, and they're to do with green and blue infrastructure or sports provision. Again, so it starts with 8B, and then there's 8F, G and H in Market Drayton. I is much Wenlock, K and it continues through to 8R in Whitchurch.
Okay, just as a I'll talk specifically about individual ones in a second, but just more generally, this is, I think, reflecting the evidence base we had in the playing pitch strategy as in terms of trying to seeking to deliver the outcomes of that in terms of quantum of sports provision, sports pitches required through that evidence base. We don't yet know how much that is going to cost as part of that process, but the answer to that question, and perhaps a lot of other questions today, is whether we have a developer contributions process through the SIL, which that can contribute to that as a payment, but we don't yet know the specific costings of that. Equally, again, going back to the wider point about it's more. There's a bigger picture here about what the SIF is there to do in our view, and this helps us have conversations with Sport England about accessing grant funding from their perspective as well. It just helps having it in one place rather than having those conversations and the paper trail, so to speak. So that's sort of the general question. I'm just looking at any individual ones which I might be able to add more light on. Was 8H one of those?
G and H in market
G&H.
rating was
Yeah.
provision of pitches. Yeah.
Yeah, the H is one I will pick up because it is proposed. It is included as a broad aspiration in the local plan for the relocation of the sports facilities at Drayton to a new location, and that location is identified as a broad location on the policies map for Drayton, and I'm sure we'll come on to that in the latter sessions in a few weeks' time. In terms of the costings around that, there has been some early guidelines around that. They are evolving, I would say, at this point. So perhaps it wasn't. We didn't feel as though it was prudent to include that on this because it was still evolving. But if it would help you, because I'm aware that's more of a site-specific issue with the local plan rather than a more general issue. If that would help you, that we could provide the updated early costings of that relocation, and we could provide that and maybe have a discussion about that at the market Drayton session, matter 17, I think it is, later on. But I'm in your hands a little bit on that one.
I think it would be helpful when we
I can note of that, ma'am. Yeah.
Just to complement what my colleague Mr. West said, I'd point you in the direction of draft policy DP15 open space, which talks about open space provision within new developments, and that includes paragraph 7, which specifically references the Shropshire Playing Pitch and open space strategy and the opportunity to deliver the outcomes and aspirations of that study through development, which links back to the fact that it's developer funded for those infrastructure items. So there's a recognition in the policy that there's opportunity through open space provision on site to provide playing pitches in effect.
Okay, thank you. So the next ones are under 9, which is health. There's 9B, 9D, 9J, and 9K.
Apologies, Mark. Sorry, can you just repeat those?
Yeah, 9B, which is the orthopaedic hospital in Oswestry, I think. 9D is healthcare facilities in Shrewsbury. 9J is an NHS community mental health services, and 9K is NHS community healthcare. So the questions are really about whether these are going to, what look like gaps in here at the moment, or TBCs. What effect will they have? Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is quite an interesting one, this, and I think obviously we've got colleagues in the room today from representing NHS, I think, on this one, Mr. Carter, I think, and just talking more generally about healthcare provision, we would very much see that as a critical piece of infrastructure as part of new development, and we've made that very clear in both the SIF and the place plans, which sort of underpin the SIF. Healthcare provision, where it is required as part of new development, we would consider that a priority A proposal, which is in effect a critical piece of infrastructure, and therefore referring to the emerging or draft policy, sorry, in the local plan review DP 25 infrastructure provision, that makes specific reference to seeking to prioritise developer contributions, specifically SIL funding for critical items. So there's that link there back to health being one of those critical items. So in terms of, but that's sort of the context. In terms of the specific question you're raising about costings, I would say this is a bit of an evolving picture because they inevitably rely on quite specific conversations with the ICB at particular points in time on this one. So we can understand the issue and perhaps the emerging need, which isn't always obvious. I will say sometimes there's a perception of a need when there's not an actual need on the back of development, and sometimes sometimes there is sufficient capacity within existing practices to cater for new development. That's why we've, over the last 18 months particularly, really developed that relationship with the NHS ICB, particularly around very specific schemes where they come to us and effectively ask for SIL funding for that. And we've got examples of that process working. So it's really at that point where the specific costings of either a new practice or a expanded practice come out. Really, at that point, it's quite hard to do at this early stage. What this plan does is seek the opportunity to do that, and the framework in which to pay for that, in terms of which is quite often SIL funding. We're aware of particular challenges around healthcare provision, around the capital expenditure, and or lack of, shall we say, at the national level. So we very much see this as an important issue for us. And we can point to examples, and perhaps to do now or later, about how the SIL funding has been used to fund certain practices. I mean, one of the ones on this list, which is not one of the ones you've identified, is Shifnal, which is the provision of new healthcare Horton Road in Shifnal. That's under construction now. And the SIL was used to pay for part of that process. So we would very much see the same process coming through with individual conversations on individual practices.
Is that 9?
Sorry, yes, 9C. So yeah, that on its own really shows the importance of the SIF being a live document, because that again is now under construction. So when we next update this, we would confirm it's under construction with costings, or we would take it out because it's been delivered effectively at that point.
Okay. Probably, Mr. Carter, you'll have things on this. Can I finish my list and then do them at the end? Is that all right? The next section, it's the last section actually, is 12, the 12 numbers, which is all about the strategic road network. So the question is whether the TBCs will affect delivery or timelines of any of the sites. So the first one I've got is 12B, which is the Northern A49 link road. It's on page 75, if that makes it any easier. I think 12C also concerns the A49. It's a junction. Yeah. So it's just if there's any update and what effect that will have on any of the sites.
So both those relate to Craven Arms, particularly on that one, and it's something which we've been in both discussions with National Highways about, because obviously it's part of the strategic road network at that point in the county, and as the narrative would suggest, we've also sought wider money as well from government through part of levelling up on that point. As we've said in terms of the Northern A4 link, that levelling up bid was not successful. We don't have an update in terms of the funding to support that. What we could provide, if it would help, is the other side of the equation, the costs on that one, and our provisional costs. We could provide that if that would be helpful. But we don't really have an up-to-date position on that. further to what's in the document as you see before you.
What I can confirm, if it's helpful, Mom, is the fact that those particular infrastructure items and the timescales involved in their provision is reflected in our assumptions in terms of delivery timescales for the sites in Craven Arms. So that's specifically recognised in our housing land supply, recognising that infrastructure needs to be delivered to facilitate the development of specific sites in Craven Arms. So when we get to the housing land supply discussion under matter 25, that's one of the factors that's informed our assumptions in regards to sites in Craven Arms.
Yes, so it's your position that the ones we've discussed wouldn't at the moment affect delivery of sites.
It's with specific regard to the two projects in Craven Arms that we've discussed, it's more about the timing of when those sites will occur. The intention of the LUF application was to accelerate delivery of the sites in Craven Arms. Obviously, that's been unsuccessful. The view is that the infrastructure is deliverable, but it's going to take longer without the ability to leverage LUF funding to facilitate the delivery of that infrastructure. And that's reflected in our assumptions regarding when those sites in Craven Arms will be delivered.
I would also just add to that, and that's a useful point to make. It's also reflected in the strategy for Craven Arms itself, which we'll come on to in latter sessions, where effectively this council's taken a very modest approach in terms of future proposals in that area for that reason, effectively.
Thank you. So the next one is 12I, the A5 Aston British Ironworks junction improvements, which have got a TBC under funding gap.
We may come back to you on this one. This one, I was looking at this last night, and that entry rather surprised me, to be honest. It did jump out last night. That did you show where I don't know if you were basically the British Ironworks site. This is the site. It's outside Oswestry, isn't it? Yeah. That's an operational site. It's a recreation semi-theme park, I suppose, isn't it? Effectively at the moment. There was discussions a number of years ago with National Highways, because obviously that road is trunked at that point, about access into that, and planning was granted on the back of those discussions. So I raised an eyebrow myself when I looked at that entry. So I mean, if it would help on that particular point, we can come back and say whether either one, that's relevant, or two, what conversations are going on at the moment around that. But I'm not aware of that at the moment. We can take that away, Mom, if that would be helpful.
That's fine,
yeah.
Thank you.
One thing just to add to that is my understanding is those improvements aren't specifically linked to any development proposals in the draft plan. It's about facilitating safe access to the existing ironworks site when no proposals in the plan are, nothing is proposed in the plan at that site.
Thank you. So 12K is improvements to a crossroads on the A483. Again, it's got funding gap TBC. I'll just an update on that and whether it affects any of the sites.
Bear with us, Mom, for 2 seconds. So.
Again, my understanding is that this is reflecting an aspiration to enhance safety on the A483, but isn't specifically linked to any development proposals in the draft plan. So it's again another example of the dual role, if you like, of the SIP, of seeking to bring together infrastructure aspirations across Shropshire, as well as those that are specifically linked to development, recognising sort of bigger picture, if you like.
Thank you. So the next one is 12V, which is the Shrewsbury North West Relief Road. Which I think, so it's page 89 and the funding gap says TBC at the conclusion of final business case preparation November. Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, we actually touched upon this yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, so Northwest Relief Road, the funding, the final funding case, that has gone back by 1 month. Sorry, we've gone back by quite a few months, actually. So it says 2022, that's it's now December this year. So that is the expectation of when the business case will be published for that. The reason for the delay in that is that, as I mentioned yesterday, we've been through the resolution for approval on the site. We are at the stage where the council is looking to agree section 106 for that site. Obviously, there's a number of landowners and interested parties that need to be party to that process. So it is taking slightly longer than hoped. I think on that one, but I am told the progress is being made on that. We are informed that the business case will follow from effectively the grant of planning permission, which can obviously only happen when the section 106 is signed. So that's why that's gone back on that one. So the most up-to-date position which we have is the committed, which is on the committed section there, which is the 54 million from the Department for Transport plus 19.8 million of Shropshire Council capital funding, which is ring fenced in our capital programme for that, as well as you say, a relatively small aspect from March's LEP as well. So that's where we are at with that process. Obviously, it's a bit of an emerging picture on that one, and it might well be that we can give you an update on that one, hopefully relatively shortly on that point.
Does that delay, or would that delay have any effect on sites? I mean, I know we have touched on this, but if we could do it again here, that'd be good.
And that's fine. Absolutely. Obviously we in the current drafting of the plan, there is one specific site which this council would say is wholly or partially reliant on the construction of the Northwest Relief Road. The site promoter is in the building today. I'm sure we'll want to say that. So it's for Barwood on this. This is at a pre-application stage, and as part of that pre-application, highway assessment work has been happening with that particular developer and in discussion with council's highway authority. We have updated the statement of common ground, which has been put into the examination, where there is, having considered the early transport assessment work, we consider that in principle there is the potential for part of that site to be delivered without the Northwest Relief Road. About a quarter of that site, in fact, would be delivered without the need for a Northwest Relief Road. That's the emerging picture from the transport assessment, and that is reflected as an in principle agreement in the statements of common ground, which we've amended recently in discussions with the applicants on that one. So we still consider that, yes, there is still, even if that's the case, there's still partly reliance on the delivery of that site from the Northwest Relief Road on that one. But our view is that that's not within the deliverable bit of the test, the years 1 to 5 on that one. But yes, but so our position is yes, there is some reliance on the North West Relief Road for the delivery of that one particular site. That's the council's position.
Just to confirm, Martin, that in our housing land supply assessment GC 47, the site that's been referenced, SHR 173, the assumptions at the moment reflect the current position in the plan that development cannot take place until such time as the North West Relief Road is delivered. That's our cautious approach. Clearly, it's an emerging picture, and it may be that that site actually delivers earlier within the plan period, but the position in the housing land supply reflects the expectation as it currently is in the plan that development on the site would follow on from the North West Relief Road being delivered.
Fine, thank you. I'll give an opportunity at the end in the same way, if that's okay. Thank you. The 12W and 12AD both refer to more projects, I think, based really in Shrewsbury. They're showing as not having committed funding or gaps of TBC. I'm just wondering if there's any, it's the same question, are there any implications arising from these? So 12W is on page 90.
12W is part of the North West Relief Road, so it's the previous discussion we've just had.
It's worthwhile saying that it's a slightly nuanced picture with that one, as ever. The capital funding projects, the Oxon Link Road, I think, is the one that you've referenced. That is part of the Sue West proposal, which we discussed a few minutes ago. Yeah, it is the first leg, in effect, of the North West Relief Road from the Churncote Island to Holyhead Road. That is the Sue West did deliver Section 106 funding to support that delivery, and there is capital funding as well through the council. So yes, it's part of the North West Relief Road, but in terms of the where it sits on the capital programme, it's a separate line on the capital programme from our perspective, and has had specific Section 106 agreements to fund that road, that part of the road through the Sue West proposal. So we would very much see that as that the funding is secured for that one, I would say, at that point.
In terms of 12AD, M54 extension from Telford to Shrewsbury, effectively that is an aspiration of the councils to upgrade the A5 to an M54. It's not specifically linked to development, but the council views it as an opportunity to enhance promotion of Shrewsbury as an economic centre, if you like. So it's not reliant on it, and no development is reliant on that particular project, but it is one that the council continues to investigate.
Thank you. So the last two under 12 are in concern WEM, and it's 12AL and 12AM. Yeah, so that 12AL on page 100 is a level crossing and footbridge.
I think the answer to that is the same. Neither of those two are a prerequisite for development in WEM. They are part of the sort of the wider place-making proposals, which we feel as though it's appropriate to capture within the SIF, but aren't directly related to, in our view anyway, the viability or delivery of the plan.
Okay, thank you. That's everything on my list. So I'm going to open now. If anybody's got anything else under question 1, the same gaps, different gaps, emissions, whatever anyone's got to raise here, really. I'll go to Mr. Carter. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you. Can I make a couple of general points before I go into more specific things? You'll know from our representations, I think what we said at the stage 1 examination, that we support the approach towards the SIP and the fact that it's a live, annually updated document. So that's sort of taken as read. And of course, the NHS is a very complex organisation, and the new ICB is relatively young. And again, that's just general context. I was then just going to make a reference to the proposed main modification 11, where I think we would welcome the fact that that includes the reference to the SIP. But I think we would like the plan to go further than this and say that the SIP should actually be referenced in policy, not simply just the supporting text, and that policy reference ideally would also refer to the fact that the SIP process is subject to this annual review process, because I think I'm right in saying that the modifications as currently proposed refer to the SIP, but don't refer to this sort of ongoing, continuing process. Whether that is in policy, I think it's SP5 or maybe 6 now, or DP25, that's perhaps doesn't really matter too much. There are different ways of skinning a cat, but policy referencing we think would be helpful. In the lead up to coming here today, I've liaised with all of my contacts in the various NHS trusts on the schedule in the latest SIP update. And what I've been given is a number of updates in relation to section 9, which if you would like me to, I'd just quite happy to run through. It wouldn't take very long, I don't think. First one is 9A, and forgive me if I've, yeah, 9A. Yeah, now, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce this. Is it Taisley? Tasley. So I apologise for that. Anyway, the update I've received on this is the use of section 106 or SIL funds to fit out existing void space at Bridge North Medical Practice, as opposed to building a new GP surgery as part of the development itself. Yeah, just lost the screen.
Sorry. Just on that clarification on that, that's for the Tasley Gateway scheme. This is the Tasley Garden Village. So yes, the planning application for Tasley Gateway includes funding to undertake the works that you just referenced, Mr. Carter. This is obviously a further development proposed in Bridge North, and it may be that a similar approach is taken. What the guidelines for the Gateway site the Garden Village site seeks to ensure is that if the ICB ultimately conclude they want an additional medical centre, then there's the ability to deliver that on the site.
Yeah.
But as you say, it may be that a similar approach is taken through the planning. That would be something established through the planning application process.
Okay. The next one is 9C, provision of new health centre at Horton Road, Shifnal. My instruction is that this is completed in 2023. 9D.
So
Easier for me to take them one at a time, if that's all right. Do you know what I mean? I think the council might have something.
Yeah.
I think it's, as I mentioned before, I think it's under construction. I haven't been to the site in a little while, I'll be honest with you, but when we've been liaising with, because we agreed, this council agreed to SIL funding for that. I'll tell you exactly when we agreed the SIL funding for that. If you bear with me 1 second. We agreed that on the February this year. We agreed £490,000 worth of SIL towards the wider project in February this year. So, and at that point we were told that it was under construction. I mean, it may well have finished now, but so I mean, it might be that it is, but it's just a point of. I don't think it was completed in 23. It might be completed now, but it's either completed or well underway, basically.
Okay, I'll go back and clarify that. 90. That's healthcare facilities in Shrewsbury Place Plan area. The instructions I've got now is that this is now sort of has two components. The first is Mitten Oak Road, use of section 106 and SIL funds to offset the costs of extensions at Radford Green and Mitten Oak practice. And then secondly, in addition, currently working with the council to identify options for a new build premises to replace current Claremont Bank medical practice, Marden medical practice, Belvedere medical practice, and Beaches medical practice. So there's sort of two angles to this, where I think previously there was the sort of just the one overreaching one.
Yeah, if at the moment, that's quite an interesting update really on that one. We're aware of the Mitten Oak proposal, which is William Farr House, isn't it? Yes, William Farr House, I think is a specific one you're referring to, and that's useful to understand. The wider point about Woods effectively, which is a combination of a number of practices in the centre and south of the town, has been on running for a little while on that one, and I think it sort of came to a head maybe about 18 months, 2 years ago, when I think there was some national a pot of money available for that, which I don't think is available anymore at that point. That's our understanding. So hence why we haven't reflected it in the SIF. That was effectively to group, I think, 6 practices together in one location, and there was some consultation around that locally, which happened, say, about 18 months ago. Our understanding is that hasn't proceeded because the funding structure and envelope has changed. If there is an update to that would be helpful to know. Our understanding is they were obviously looking at other options about expanding existing practices in their own right in order to cater for expansion. I mean, the same point from our perspective would remain, though. We will consider that as a critical need. So where there was an opportunity for using SIL funding to support individual practices rather than a sort of a new co-location of conglomerates on that one, we would do that as well, if there was suitable evidence on the table that was linked back to the evidence of developer contributions on the back of need. So yeah, I'm perhaps not quite as optimistic as yourself, Mr. Carter, on where that is in the process.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and I think it's quite a controversial proposal from what I've seen, but it's still sort of a live ambition either way, and we're talking about a plan which is for the next 15 years. So even if there's a query over which way it might happen, it's sort of a valid entry, it seems to me. Again, I'll take back the recording of this session, and if there's any clarifications that we can provide, then I'm more than happy to do that, obviously.
I was just going to say, Mr. Carter, that need for healthcare facilities in Shrewsbury, I think that's the intention of that entry. And as you say, it may be that it's delivered through different ways, but I think the need is recognised in the SIP. In terms of how it's delivered, you're right. It may be an evolving picture, but the entry's there so that there's a recognition that is something that's under consideration.
Yeah. Okay, 9E is also about Shrewsbury, which I think is sort of comes under the points we've just been discussing. 9F, Mitnoak Road Medical Centre. There's another one where there's an update which is use section 106 or SIL funds to offset the cost of an extension to current premises or fit out a branch surgery.
Are you aware whether there's any conversations been had between the ICB and the council on SIL funding for that project? I mean, we welcome the conversation. It's just sometimes we have fairly regular conversations with representatives from ICB. I don't think this one has come up this far.
Well, I mean, I was going to make a point sort of at the end of this, which the only sort of thing I thought I could compare it to was Heineken, actually, in the sense that there are clearly conversations that are going on between the council and the NHS Trust and the ICB. But the fact that I've been given these suggestions from my contact in the ICB suggests that the process isn't sort of necessarily reaching all parts. That's essentially as much an issue for the NHS as it is for the council. I appreciate that, but you know, it's a question of getting to the right people, isn't it?
I couldn't agree more, actually, and I think it's what I will say on that point. I think we've made quite significant progress, actually, with the discussions we've been having over the last 18 months, particularly over the last 18 months with ICB. I think those conversations have, I think, improved actually with our outcomes, and that has directly led on to, at that point, the ICB specifically requesting SIL funding for certain projects, which wasn't happening before. And I think that was our challenge really on that one. It was, we're here and we're open for the conversation. What do you want? You know, we're identifying you as a critical infrastructure need, but it's not in our power as a council to understand where that need is, because we're not in charge of the estate planning. I think that has evolved quite significantly over the last 18 months. Certainly, I've personally been in conversations with contacts from ICB about that, and so I think inevitably there might be better ways to do that. The point we're going to make, well, I'm sure we'll be making today, is around it's the forum for having those conversations, which is this strategic infrastructure network, and we have a specific health theme, the community and health themes around that, and that is where we are beginning those conversations, but they're supplemented by very specific conversations as well about funding options. So absolutely, Mr. Carter, options and always room for improvement, I would say, but it seems to be bearing fruit in terms of the outcomes of that, which is ultimately is the council appreciating where the need is and agreeing SIL funding to support that, and that's happened on at least a couple of occasions in the last 18 months. I'm very happy to continue in the future.
I think we're sort of shouting from the same hymn sheet, or singing from the same hymn sheet, in the sense that I think there's always a case for improvements to be made on how the mechanism works, and I think that's the only point that I think we're making, really. You happy for me to move on to 9G, Baschurch Replacement Medical Centre. The update I have here is discussions ongoing with the council regarding new build premises. Land has already been identified for build. The finances need to be secured.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, the Baschurch medical practice replacement. This is one where this council hasn't seen sufficient evidence of need, at this point in time to, in our view, warrant that expansion. And that's the issue we get with this sometimes is you have a conversation with the individual practice, and they can go through various means, particularly through parish council, local members, but we very much see what was CCG now, wider NHS as effectively the independent body to manage the ask around that. So we don't really accept asks from individual practices because, as I mentioned earlier, and I didn't mean this as a slight to communities in any way, or there can often be perceptions of a need for infrastructure which aren't borne out in evidence, and we haven't yet seen that evidence in terms of Bash Church to warrant that. We have our ears open and happy to have the conversation, but we're not there yet. So I think again, this is on the SIP because those conversations are on running and live, but that hasn't materialised yet into either a defined need in that area or a SIL request in that area.
Okay. Next one, 9H, where I believe this is due for completion in December this year. This is Paul's Moss.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, that's
then 9I, section 106, or SIL funds secured, discussions with the council on process to draw down the use towards extension at Cressage surgery. So that relates to Ironbridge.
Yeah, I'd agree that seems to be where we're at with conversations with Harworth at the moment, who are the developer for that site.
There are then 3 additional ones that I'd like to mention. First one, Oswestry, where there's work going on with the council to identify options for a new build to replace the current Caxton medical practice.
I'm not aware of that, but happy to.
Yeah, Craven Arms, use of SIL funds to offset the cost of new build premises required in the town.
We have very recently become aware of that, I think in the last week, in fact. So that's on our radar.
Okay, and then the third one is Market Drayton, use of section 106 or SIL funds to offset the cost of fitting out void space in the existing medical practice, as opposed to any new build on the outskirts of the town.
Again, don't think that's one which has come past us yet, but very happy to have the conversation.
Okay, and then there was one other project which doesn't relate to sort of the medical practice, which is, again, I don't know if you know about this one, that this is an emerging requirement for a specialist care group hub due to ongoing accommodation issues. And it could include the grouping together of a number of services in one central base, such as gambling team, new autism service, sexual health, and eating disorders. And I think that this is a potentially new project where discussions need to take place.
I'm not aware of that, but again, very happy to have the conversation around that. Obviously, and this is a broad point on this one. This is if there's any request for SIL, well, any section 106 and SIL does need to relate to development on that one. So I'm just put that out as just a sort of a blanket coverage on that one.
Can I just make a comment on that? Which is, and this is something that you mentioned, in your earlier contribution, where you were talking about tying these schemes to specific developments. I think the issue that we would have with that is that the number of dwellings proposed over the plan period is an increase of 20% as it was at the base. So all of that growth won't be on strategic sites. It's going to be on lots of small developments all over the place, and they will lead to an increase in demand for services. not only locally, but also in a strategic sense at the more centralised facilities. So I think it's not just primary care. I think that's the point that we'd like to get across. And in that context, my understanding from the distribution of the SIL funds is that 10% go on strategic projects. And it's just an open question, really. I just wonder how that was defined and whether that, in the context of SIL overall, is still valid. Because my understanding is that when the SIL was established back in 2012, was it? I think. And so the charging regime, that was based on an analysis which didn't take account of health infrastructure in coming up with the scheme. So that's a point we've made at the stage one examination hearing, saying that we think that there should be a sort of refresh of the SIL. Thank you.
Look, just on the widest, I mean, that's a very significant issue. Obviously, a review of a SIL schedule. I think we've made this point, matter the stage one sessions as well, matter 8. But we were one of the early adopters of, I think we're the second authority in the country to adopt the SIL, and has been running since 2012. We haven't updated the charging schedule aside from indexation since then. So obviously we obviously apply indexation every year, and every year apart from twice, I think it's gone up. So we have defined rates now for urban area and rural area, which are again relates back to the charging schedule which was examined and agreed back in 2011. I think this council would recognise that there is some need to review that, and there's one or two things which we are waiting for before we do that. Obviously, the changing national picture around what the SIL is. Is there going to be a SIL? If it is, what structure is it going to take? Obviously, the government, the government had consulted on a change from SIL to the IL. I'm not quite sure why they call it that. The infrastructure levy rather than community. I think they lost the community bit, I think, on that one. Comment about that. So the infrastructure levy, but that it was the same in practice, but had a different way of calculating effectively the charging schedule. We don't yet know what the new administration want to do, or the government want to do with that. I suspect we will learn in the next few months on that. So I think, yes, it's recognised that just from due practice, really, proper practice, that it should be reviewed in some degree, but that doesn't mean that it's not fit for purpose as we are now. And I think in terms of just going back to your point about what was taken into account at the examination, I think my colleague, Mr. Corn, I think just wants to.
Yeah, just a couple of points. In terms of what the infrastructure levy, the SIL, is, the charging schedule defines rates. It doesn't define what that infrastructure is, what that funding is used to deliver. The rates themselves were based on viability assessment rather than, it is informed by infrastructure needs, but the rates itself in the charging schedule don't actually dictate how SIL funding is utilised. It's about what forms of development are liable for SIL. And just as a wider point, just to confirm that the viability assessment work that underpins the draft plan is very much predicated on our current SIL charging schedule. So those rates have informed all the assessment work that's been undertaken within the viability work that underpins the plan. If the council was to review SIL in the future, clearly that's something that would have to be informed by further viability assessment work and may well inform a future review of the local plan. At this point in time, the draft plan before you was predicated on the existing SIL charging schedule, which is being considered within our viability assessment work.
Thank you. Everything, Mr. Carter.
I think for now, under that schedule, yes, thank you.
Fine, thank you.
I hope that was helpful. And as I say, I'll take the recording back, and if there's any additional information that can be provided, then perhaps we can do that in writing.
Can I just ask the council on Mr. Carter's first point about referring to SIP in policy? Suggestions of SP5, SP6, DP2. Have you given that any thought, or what's your view?
Yeah, I just reminding myself about what main modifications we have suggested thus far. So we've mentioned them. So MM11, which is SP6, we do reference. Yeah, and we've suggested the reference to it, including it in the explanation, because it's not technically policy. I would suggest on that point. I mean, if there is comfort that we could give to Mr. Carter and others about it being an annual process, we might want to include that. Dan, you're shaking your head at me.
I think if we look to how the place plans have evolved, which may well be a discussion. So the place plans were PDF documents that were annually updated. What we've now moved is to a more agile approach. So effectively the place plans are a database that's accessible on our website, and the website explains how it can be updated, much more agile. So it's not once a year it's updated, it's more more flexible. What I wouldn't want to do is reference the annual update with the SIP if there's opportunities for taking a similar approach in the future, and that could potentially stymie that if you're saying it's updated annually in the plan. So I think actually, whilst the principle of an annual update is something the council fully committed to, what I wouldn't want to do is restrict the ability to be more agile in the future. And I think the place plans have been quite successful in terms of how we approach that. It allows for more responsive responses. It allows us to be more responsive to community aspiration and also infrastructure providers emerging works. And I think what we wouldn't want to do is reduce the ability to do the same with the SIP in the future.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Butterfield, sorry, you've been waiting ages.
Thank you, Mark. Sarah Butterfield and my Barwoodland hat on for this comment. It going back to 12V, which was the point about the Northwest Relief Road and the sort of funding gap. Just a couple more points. I think we're basically on the same page as Shropshire in terms of the delivery of the land at Ellesmere Road. I think Mr. West referenced pre-app there, but there's actually an application in for the development before the council. And currently what we're actually working is with the Council's Highways Authority to use their model to undertake relevant detailed modelling to support the application. But it's always been our position that the site can be delivered essentially in two phases, and phase one of that being prior to delivery of the Northwest Relief Road. And I'm sure we'll come on to it in terms of the site specific matters, but obviously we've just suggested that the council's delivery trajectory could be updated to reflect that phasing. I mean, indeed, the application that's before the council, again, more of a site specific point, but it has been developed to reflect a phased delivery.
Mr. West referenced the statement of common ground. It's SOGC 12 and it's paragraphs 5.3 to 5.5 for your note.
Okay, so is anybody else on question one, or I'll move to question two. Okay, question two. Are there known sources of funding for development expected to be delivered in the first 5 to 7 years of the plan? Are these all in the latest SIP? So the council set out in the statement that much of the infrastructure necessary to support development will be funded through SIL and section 106. I think in our ID 28, we flagged up the need for what we called a forward-facing strategic funding statement, and the council has now produced the latest annual infrastructure funding statement, which is on the website. So that's GC 48. So that's noted, but and sort of with that in mind, can you confirm either way on the question, really? Question 2, sources of funding for the first 5 to 7 years. Are they all in?
Okay, well, yes, ma'am. Well, you have our response, and the answer is yes. We have everything which we are aware of is in the SIF on SIP. What is SIF? It's SIP, isn't it? Sure. Sorry. You're quite correct. We do. We are obviously still operating council. We will be relying on that to fund significant amounts of developer-led infrastructure, or developer infrastructure on the back of new development, shall I say, which is quite often cumulative in that context, hence why the SIL is such an appropriate mechanism in that context. So again, it was just to sort of bulk out our statement really on this one, perhaps to give you a bit more reassurance that that process works. And I've already mentioned early on about the sort of the process that this council goes through to agree SIL funding, which is effectively a process, an internal officer process, where we assess expressions of interest from either internally from the council departments, whether that be highways or education, or from external partners, whether they be health related, on that basis. So we do that, and that has led to over the course of the last 2 years about 28 SIL proposals being agreed, and we've spent, or committed, sorry, about £12.5 million worth of SIL funding to individual projects. One of the specific questions we raise, or ask, sorry, when assessing application or expressions of interest for use of SIL is it linked to development? Because we have to ask that because of a regulatory basis for using SIL. We ask that, and there have been occasions where we have rejected applications because we don't think that it is connected to that. It is perhaps some of those more, to use perhaps an awful term, nice to have infrastructure projects rather than the essential infrastructure projects. So at the moment, and just to give you context as well, just in terms of numbers, in what the neither the annual infrastructure funding statement or the strategic infrastructure plan say is how much SIL is currently unallocated in the pot, so to speak. And but I've got an update on that. It's 31 million. So that's unallocated funding, but what the annual infrastructure funding statement seeks to do in the list, the second list on that, expressly says where this council is looking to utilise that and future SIL funding as well for the purposes of mitigating the infrastructure needs on the back of development. And you will see that there are several of the same entries that are in the SIP are also on that future list, including where we know that there's guidelines around some of our site allocations in the draft plan. So we've specifically referenced that. So there's that hook back to making that decision. So we feel as though there's a mechanism in place. It's working. We think it's working. And we think that's a very good source of funding, and should hopefully reassure people in this room that there is a sufficient source of money to deliver mitigation in years 5 to 7 of the plan.
Just to complete the circle, I'd then refer back to draft policy DP25, which sets out the council's approach to delivering the infrastructure necessary to support development. So it talks about prioritisation of SIL, exactly as outlined by my colleague Mr. West. and then continues to talk about the circumstances where Section 106 obligations will be required from developments, making it clear that that's where there is a need to top up the SIL in effect. And again, that approach is reflected within the viability assessment where that underpins the plan, where there's an assumption that for schemes of over 50 dwellings, there could be up to £5,000 per dwelling of Section 106 required to deliver the infrastructure necessary to support development. So that again underpins the viability where that underpins the plan.
Thank you. Okay, so if we move to question 3, which is, will the delivery of strategic infrastructure allow for the delivery of planned development in line with the latest housing trajectory? We may well have touched on this. If not, what will be the shortcomings and how will the council address these matters?
Well, I think just in terms of identified strategic infrastructure, obviously one major one is the North West Village Road. We feel as though that, and we've touched upon how that we feel as though that does have some relationship with one allocation in our emerging plan. So that's that link. But obviously where we are, and you've heard what we've had to say about the North West Village Road and where we're at with that process, which is, we have, since we began this conversation and had this conversation in the stage 1 hearing sessions, things have moved on. We now have a resolution for approval on that. So I think we are making progress in the right way. That one. So I haven't really got anything to add on that one, unless you've got anything.
Just the only thing I'd add is when we undertake the assessment in the context of the housing land supply, then the lead-in times include assumptions regarding the need to deliver infrastructure. Not all infrastructure necessarily needs to be delivered in advance of development. Often it's delivered alongside. We very much appreciate that that's not always the way communities would like to see things happen, but equally it's a recognition of the need to balance ensuring the infrastructure is in place at the appropriate time with ensuring cash flow of developments. And those considerations are factors that the council takes into account when we make assumptions regarding when sites are likely to come forward and when dwellings will start to be delivered on them. So we seek to reflect that within all the assumptions in the housing land supply, which we'll, I'm sure, no doubt get onto in matter 25.
Thank you. Oh, you're in my eye line. I'm going with Miss Keane.
Yes, Georgina Keane on behalf of Miller Homes. Just not necessarily repeating the contents of our matter statement, and appreciate that matters were discussed last week as well in terms of matter 103, but I'd just like to reconfirm our kind of overarching comment in terms of that the delivery of the strategic infrastructure and delivery of the planned development are kind of interrelated, so not necessarily, in terms of the question 1 and vice versa. And just kind of linking from what we discussed in question 1 and 2 in terms of the funding gaps, I guess it's in terms of any timing gaps and geographical gaps as well. Following that in terms of ensuring that the delivery of proposed allocations, and also I know the approach to win for allowance can allow the infrastructure to be delivered strategically and coordinated. So I know that in terms of matter 3 we discussed, and going forward into terms of matter 25, which you picked up, just like clarity in terms of the evidence as to whether the projected delivery of the planned development is robust enough, then that there isn't going to be a shortfall in potential under delivery. So that means that strategic infrastructure isn't going to come forward. Noting that we've discussed as well in terms of still Section 106 contributions, obviously they're kind of trigger based, and that the developments are going to come forward. So it's just in terms of how commitment to those allocations, are they all going to be delivered within the plan periods, and on that basis is the necessary strategic infrastructure related to those going to come forward. That's a first point. Just going forward in terms of the windfall, appreciate that was covered last week. Matters 1 to 3, I wasn't here, but just welcome clarification in terms of how the approach to windfall discussed last week relates to strategic infrastructure coming forward, that it can be delivered in a meaningful way, in a coordinated way. Drawing attention to paragraph 4 of our matter statement, which directly quotes from the examination document reference GC 46, which was recently consulted upon. Take page 40 of that document, paragraph F, I think, which refers to the fact that despite developments in Shirehall carried out to date, there has been limited investment in the infrastructure within Shirehall, which has been a consequence of its greenbelt boundary. And there are various infrastructure requirements set out in the plan and the SIF we've referred to today that sets out that there are various infrastructure requirements for Shirehall. Proposed local plan goes on to state those and includes what was originally paragraph 5.215. Appreciate there's been minor modifications that as part of the policy S15, the Shirehall Place plan, that strategic infrastructure such as a strategic highway can be delivered through the land releases southwest of Shirehall. So that is how strategic thinking can come through. So it's just in terms of how windfall, for example, that's not necessarily planned for, can guarantee in a plan-led system that it's all come forward within the plan period. Essentially, that's various points raised.
I think we probably covered the first point about the strategic infrastructure. So I'll just move on to the windfall. It did come up last week, in fact, and I think in the same context with what I think the question is, what assurances there are that windfall development contributes and can mitigate its own infrastructure needs. And we would say the SIL is obviously applicable to open market windfall development in the same way that it's applicable to open market development on sites included in the plan. So it's the same developer contributions mechanism for windfall as opposed to a site in the plan. So I think our answer is the same as last week, and I appreciate you were here for that, and so happy to repeat that. I mean, I just think in terms of the shift specifically, we've already mentioned one today, and this is again going back to the point which Mr. Corn raised about timing of infrastructure, and it's what we've seen in Shirehall over the last 10 years is relatively significant amounts of housing development, which were primarily all windfall development, because they all came about from well, it didn't all come about, but it was heavily influenced by a lack of 5-year supply at a certain point in the process, shall we say. And that led on, obviously, to development over the quite significant amount of development over the course of several years in Shirehall. So there was a degree of catch up, because obviously that came with SIL. And I think the example I used early on about the medical practice is quite a good example of that. In fact, you've had development, which is windfall development in that context. You've had SIL being delivered on the back of that development. You've had the mechanism of identifying how to use the SIL in a most appropriate manner, i.e. beginning with critical infrastructure needs on the back of that development, and you've had the spend of nearly £500,000 worth of SIL to contribute to a new medical practice, which is now either built or well on the way to being built. So yes, there's a timing issue, but there's a system there in place to make that happen. So that's our answer to the question in a roundabout way. It's SIL, not. Yeah.
So in terms of the initial question about the timing and geographical gaps in infrastructure, are you happy you answered that? You kind of covered by your introduction to this question, but I'm just checking that you've nothing more.
I think just perhaps useful context in Shirehall specifically, since that's the example that's been raised. The plan proposes a guideline of 1,500 dwellings between 2016 and 38. Thus far, 1,186 of those have already been completed. The majority of the remainder will be delivered through proposed allocations, and the timescales for delivery on those allocations have been informed by consideration of the infrastructure that's necessary to allow those developments to take place. In terms of the windfall allowance, it's 68 dwellings over the remainder of the plan. And we've already talked about the mechanism in terms of how the infrastructure to support windfall is delivered in a consistent manner with wider development. So we feel that the assumptions in the plan, the assumptions in the supply reflect the approach that the council takes to delivery of infrastructure. And that applies to windfall because of our assumptions in terms of levels of windfall development across the piece.
It's worth pointing out here the work. I mean, I don't necessarily want to go into the details of how this council uses SIL. It's a rather complex, some would say overly complex, but there is an assumption that the vast majority of SIL, which we refer to as SIL local, 90% of the whatever remaining after we've handed 15% to the parish councils, town parish councils, or 25% in Shirehall's case, where they have a neighbourhood plan, for instance. That is ring fenced for effectively infrastructure within that place plan area, because we feel as though that's where it's most needed. So I think that geographical split of development need versus mitigation opportunity from the SIL is inherent within the way this council utilises SIL in any case. So I mean, I know some councils use SIL in a different way. In this council, don't use SIL in a certain way to say it's for one project and it's going to be one project only. We don't do it that way. That's why we've got quite a long list of potential options for SIL, because we use it in that more geographically based manner, or it's aimed in that sort of more geographically based manner. So I think there's that inherent link between geography and mitigation built in anyway with SIL.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Keane, did you want to come back on anything, or are we?
That's fine.
Time to move on. Thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you. I just wanted to make some general points and some specific points, and they relate partly to question 3, but also to question 1 and 2. I wasn't sure where to come in really, but I highlighted your question, if not, what will be the shortcomings and how will the council address these matters? The general point is that our general point is the slowness of getting infrastructure in place, which is a systemic issue really, but it relates to supporting the local plan and to funding gaps. The infra in infrastructure implies sort of underpinning, doesn't it? It's before development happens, but in practice, what happens is that it's put in place after the development happens, sometimes considerably after, which is highlighted at the point I made before at stage 1. Particularly SIL is very slow to be spent. The infrastructure, the annual infrastructure funding statement that you have before you is up to 31st of March 23, I think, which doesn't specifically say, but there's been 61 million of SIL collected, and sitting in the council's bank account at 31st March 23, there was still 34 million of that, which is 50 to 60%, which just indicates how difficult it is to spend the money on infrastructure. That's partly highlighted again by Mr. Carter raised a point about, wouldn't it be nice to spend strategic SIL? The strategic SIL represents 8% of the total collected. At 31st of March, 4.9 million of strategic SIL was available. None had been spent 31st March. I think some has been spent subsequently. On a specific point, the Northwest Relief Road has been mentioned. You referred to 12V and 12W on the statement. In the funding that is mentioned there is 87.1 million, which is based on an outline business case figures, which are probably a decade out of date now. So when the full business case comes along, the funding requirement will be substantially higher than that, double, maybe more. So there's still a funding gap there, which the council is hoping will be funded by the government based on the promise of the XH2HS2 monies from the previous government. As to your question, what are the shortcomings and how the council address these matters? The only way of addressing it is more staff really to deal with to speed up the bureaucratic process surrounding the SIL and place plans, particularly place plans. It's just a very slow process, mired in internal bureaucracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the council like to respond on those points?
Thank you, Mark. So in relation to the speed in which we'll get infrastructure in place following development or during development, we do have the draft policy DP25, which does provide the policy framework to ensure that the infrastructure is delivered at the appropriate stages. And whilst we do appreciate that there will be communities out there that would prefer infrastructure to come in earlier in the stages or before development even takes place, I mean, ultimately, we have to be reasonable and realistic for developers in terms of when this can actually be implemented. It's normally a cash flow thing for developers. We had the SIL examination back in 2011 for the installment policy and so on. So we feel that the installment policy for SIL, when the 106 money is due, and DP25 all covers when the infrastructure should be provided in terms of funding or physically in place with the development.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that Mr. Jones sort of makes a good point really there. And I think it's just, you know, we've already mentioned about there are certain examples where things happen after the fact, but that's not, that is in relation to specific need at that particular time. And I'll give education's quite a good example with this. Education's a good example. Okay, health's a good example really as well. That the need from a perspective, this is why the SIL's set up in a certain way, and you have the payment phased payment plans through SIL. It's precisely to do this because we recognise that there might well be a growing need for development, say for school places, which sort of is implemented, or that need is kicks in, shall we say, roughly halfway through a process. It doesn't begin, that need won't happen from day one because there's not families on site on day one, but that grows. Hence, I mean, it's a fairly well rehearsed issue with Section 106 and trigger points here. So I don't, where there is a specific piece of infrastructure where we feel as though that has to be in place before development, we recognise that, and in fact we have done that with the North West Release Road with one particular site. There's we feel as though the other, we don't feel as though there's any other strategic piece of infrastructure which has to be in place, which will prevent development through the process on that point. So I understand this is a frustration for communities, but it is the sort of reality of development and process. In terms of picking up a couple of other points you made about the bureaucracy, I think, of the SIL regime and the place plan regime, and just a few updates really on the amounts. So I think you're quite right. The most up-to-date annual infrastructure funding statement is from last December. Obviously, we are required to do that annually, so that would imply. We choose to do that in December each year, and we will be doing another update in December this year. So there will be more up-to-date figures in terms of both the Section 106 reporting and SIL reporting, which will take you up to March this year, effectively on that point, I think. So, but in advance, because I suspected this would come up in this session, so hence why I found the unallocated SIL as of which is of June this year. The unallocated SIL sat with the council, not allocated to any specific project, committed, is 31 million. So that's effectively there available for both strategic infrastructure and more localised infrastructure to support the needs of new development. And I think it's a two-way process about spending SIL. And we've mentioned this in the past before about listening to particularly agencies and third parties around where there is need. And the whole point of the strategic infrastructure network, which is the thing we allude to in our matter statement as the mechanism for supporting that conversation, is that one of the big ticket items there is comparing capital investment programs. So, and what we do is we compare our housing trajectory. So we've got our housing trajectory. We refer to that housing trajectory in conversations with infrastructure providers, and our job is to influence their capital investment program in order to say, you know, we think that there's going to be X amount aligned here, therefore you need to be getting that into your capital program. We have been very successful on this in the past, most notably I think with Church's energy supply, which is a process which isn't included in the SIP because it's completed, but that was an £18 million scheme project, a new power line through the north of Shropshire, which unlocked significant amounts of electricity provision in the north of Shropshire, most principally Whitchurch, and has allowed, therefore, for us to plan positively for some of those settlements in the emerging local plan. So I think it's just a wider point here about it's bureaucratic, but it's necessarily bureaucratic because you need those conversations and you need that process to understand the evidence base, to understand focus of SIL. You can't do it any other way. In my pet thing is, you know, bureaucracy is always seen as a bad thing. I see it sometimes as a good thing.
Thank you.
Just a quick point that Mr. Green raised was about the increasing cost of the Northwest Relief Road, that he was saying it might actually be, well, it will be more, obviously prices go up. And
I don't have an up-to-date figure for you, Ma'am. That's for the business case to unveil, and I'm sure there will be many comments about that when it is unveiled. But I genuinely don't have an update for you on that one, Ma'am. So hence why the position in the SIP is literally the most up-to-date position we publish on that one. So it's not.
thank you.
Mr. Green, do you have anything else?
No, I think you've got my points, haven't
Yeah,
you,
we have, yeah.
on slowness and the Northwest Relief Road figures.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
apologies, Ma'am. Sorry, it's worth pointing. I think Mr. Green did reference the cancellation money from HS2, which I think is not published yet, but there is an expectation that we will be getting some of that. I think I just need to be reassured about how much of that is in the public domain before I can commit to that. But I think once I've done that, I can perhaps, if it's helpful, we could confirm that through the examination process, because I think that is potentially quite helpful in terms of looking at wider local highway. But I mean, and it's not allocated for specific things at this point. It's quite a wide pot of money that it's intended for councils to decide how to use it. It could be potholes, could be strategic infrastructure, it could be a combination of the both on that one. So, but I just need to just confirm how much is in the public domain on that one before I can request that, put that into the examination.
It's fine. Okay. Oh,
Yeah, that would be helpful, I think. Any update on the North West Relief Road, whether on the to do with the funding gap, essentially the promise of XHS2 monies. It seemed in the public domain that it was unclear whether that was based on the outline business case figures or on the full business case figures. And as Mr. West says, there presumably a lot of work has been done on the full business case, but that those figures have not been released to the public. So there's considerable uncertainty as to the funding.
It will be released to the public, but it's just not available at this point in time. So I just want.
okay. Thank you. So I think that's the end of question 3, which actually deals with infrastructure altogether. So if we have a break now, we're a bit over, apologies for that. And if we come back if we can aim for past, that would be good. And then we can go on to question 4, which is concerning viability after that. Thank you. Okay, I think everyone's here. So if we can resume on question 4, which is concerning viability. So question 4 reads, has the time lapse that has occurred with this examination resulted in any changes in terms of viability? If so, what are they, and will they affect the deliverability of any aspects of the plan? So local plan viability study EV 11501 was obviously submitted to support the plan originally. This was previously considered in stage 1 hearings under matter 8, questions 14 to 19, which considered generally how the study was undertaken and what it took into account. So the council has since produced a viability assessment briefing note, that's GC 49, which provides an update to that previous report and considers the implications of changes to costs, values and national policy since the original study was undertaken. And I pass to the council at that point just to outline what in general terms the update found in terms of viability.
Good morning. I'm Simon Drummond-Hay from HCH Planning. We did talk to the council for some time about whether or not to do a full update. And the questions that we were asking ourselves was, would it tell you anything different? And was it proportionate? Because you can do a viability update at any time and it will find something that's a little bit different. The question that we were thinking about was whether or not it would tell you anything that was so different that it undermined the plan. And the conclusion we came to was that viability was moving in the right direction. We looked at how prices had changed, and just to really illustrate how things change quite quickly, I won't go through the note line by line because you've read it and what have you, but we looked at the land registry data to see how new build house prices had changed. And that was the most recent figures at that point was from March, and that's set out in table 2.2. Well, yesterday, I looked up the equivalent figures, and instead of increasing by 37%, actually the land registry says now they've increased by over 45%. Now, I'm not suggesting that you should put a particular weight on that, but it's just to illustrate that these figures change and evolve all the time. The second point is I also looked up how the BCIS cost, build cost had changed. And that suggested that the build costs had fallen, the average build costs had fallen since we did that update note. Well, certainly my wider experience is that build costs have been steady this year. I haven't actually seen any evidence myself that they've fallen beyond that BCIS cost. So I think one needs to be a bit cautious about launching into viability updates unless unless viability appears to be going in the wrong direction. Here we've got a situation where house prices have new build house prices, not perhaps not in the wider market, but new build house prices have increased substantially, and that increase is more than the substantial increase in build costs. Therefore, viability certainly hasn't got worse and has got better sufficiently to soak up the additional national costs that have either come in or are going to come in the future. And the big ones are likely to be the previous government announced the mandating of M42, which is accessible and adaptable standards. And we hadn't anticipated that in the viability study, but that's due to come in next year. The current government hasn't actually announced what they're going to do about that. So I can't believe anyone would back away from it. It seems pretty straightforward thing to do. And the other thing is around the future home standard. And the new government have talked a lot about climate change and zero carbon. And Mr. Miliband's been going around opening wind farms and doing all the stuff that ministers do. The only thing that they haven't done is to say what their intention is on the future home standard and whether or not that will be introduced. My understanding is that there's some contemplation going on between perhaps the Chancellor, who doesn't want to impose costs, and the Environment Change team, who want to go the other way. If the future home standard option 1, which is a higher standard, which is described as being zero carbon ready, so awaiting the decarbonisation of the grid, was to be introduced, the additional cost would be about 6%. And within the viability study, we made an allowance of about 4% for additional costs. So that would be within I was going to say a gnat's hair, but that's a peculiar thing to say, but within a small gap. And I don't think that that's a sufficient trigger to have undertaken a full viability study. So we've got a large increase in house prices, a small increase, still a large increase in build costs, a smaller increase in build costs, and this sort of uncertainty about what's happening with the future home standard. And even if it's introduced, the cost will be relatively small over the costs that were anticipated in the viability study. I can go on and on, but
that's fine for now. Thank you. So this is the opportunity for anyone who's got anything to say on viability to get involved. I'm not sure whose was up first. You? No. Mr. Green. Yeah, Mr. Green, is yours up? It's from you? No. Fine. I'll go with Mr. Carter then, please.
Are you receiving me? Just a short comment on this one, if I may. Paragraph 1.1b of GC 49, the update, talks about whole plan viability to consider all other standards and policy requirements. Section 4 then goes on to do that, referring only to changes at the national level. So we've already heard before the break that the charging schedule, the structure of it relates back to 2012, and therefore there was no reference to health or, I guess, some other services, say emergency services, when that was put together. So it seems to me that it's unclear how that update relates to any change in policy requirements that are set out in the emerging plan. And then the other thing that potentially changes, if viability is improving, the current scheme only relates to residential development, charges on residential development. So there's no consideration of the potential or scope for charges on non-residential development. I think it's fair to say we are where we are, but I think it would be helpful if the inspector's report, respectfully, might refer to this as an issue that perhaps does need to be considered more roundly, perhaps put it as part of the next, presumably early review of the local plan. Thank you.
Would you like to respond?
The principal source of funding of infrastructure, I'm just talking from a viability point of view this time. Yeah, the principal source of funding for infrastructure is SIL. SIL is indexed and can be spent. The SIL, when SIL was set, it's a sort of two-stage process. One, do you have a funding gap to fund your infrastructure? Do you need money to fund infrastructure? You can only have SIL if you need money to fund infrastructure. And secondly, how high can you set SIL without undermining the delivery of the whole plan, the development as a whole? So within the viability assessment, SIL has been indexed, and it's indexed in line with the BCIS index. So it goes up in a similar way to build costs, although it is a slightly different index. It is published by the BCIS, but it's not exactly the same index, but it's a very similar index. On the infrastructure, on the additional Section 106 costs over and above SIL, so SIL is a cost in all the work that we've done. The Section 106 costs, we've assumed this figure of £5,000 per unit on general development, and then the best and most up-to-date figure for the strategic sites in the modelling that we have done, although that is a cost that will be refined as planning applications are considered. So I think in terms of the infrastructure costs within the viability study, we've covered that. The reason we didn't, so when we were thinking about our note, we looked at what's changed nationally. Well, the government's always changing stuff, so we thought about then. And what's changed at a local level? Well, we're still looking at the submitted plan, which you're examining, so the council hasn't decided to alter the affordable housing requirements or something. But when they go into their next local plan review, that will again be something to be considered at that point.
Yes, and it's just a very general point, obviously, about local plan reviews. We've talked already several occasions about potential transitional arrangements when that review will take place, but inevitably, whenever that happens, that will be defined by new evidence at that point in time in any case. So it's just a fairly obvious point, but a point worth making, I think.
I didn't pick up the point on other SIL applying to other types of development. If the council were to undertake a SIL review, it is possible that large sheds, industrial and logistic sheds around Telford might be sufficiently valuable to attract SIL, but commercial development in the rest of the county is highly unlikely to have the values to be liable to SIL. Possible, but unlikely.
Thank you, Simon. And just to put it in case there was any concern about that, Telford is clearly not in scope with this local plan. They can worry about their own development. Thank you very much. But I think, yes, I know the point. I know the point you're trying to make. But yeah, I think, but in terms of a general point again about the SIL, the update to the SIL, it is something we are considering at the moment as a council, and quite correct. And the charging schedule would be completely reviewed at that point in time. Obviously, we are, as I mentioned ahead of the break, we are waiting for sufficient reassurance on what that regime is before we commit on the path of a review. But clearly at that point, assuming we're in the same kind of environment about charging schedule, yes, we would consider at that point commercial development being part of that. I don't know the outcome, but I think I would tend to share Mr. Hayes' scepticism about how, I suppose, viable that would be, but that is for a future review at that point.
Thank you. Did you have anything else, Mr. Carter, or can I move on? Thank you. Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mark. It was just in terms of viability. So, as you've just heard from Mr. Drummond-Hay, it's a cautious approach, and he's highlighted the uncertainties with the viability approach. And obviously, the council's updated viability notes, GC 49, states that the viability, as you've just heard, will be improved, and that's on the basis of land registry data suggesting the new build prices will increase by 37%, which is outstripped build costs. So you've just heard that. So I'd refer you to our hearing statement. We've set out clearly, and we instructed our residential research team to look at this and to provide figures just in terms of what the position is. And we looked at Bridge North, and we looked at, as an example, Bridge North and the postcodes covering Bridge North. And the table in 2.16 of our hearing statement sets out and shows graphically the position they're finding it based upon government information from ONS, and that is showing that there is actually build costs are running at 33% and house prices 15.6%, and this has come from ONS data. So it's highlighting to you what the uncertainty of this is, and relying on that, and simply just simply saying, sweeping statements about viability is improved. We'd ask you to take a very cautious approach to that, because this is based on ONS data, government data, which is clearly showing from that graph since September 2022 to 24, there is a very large gap between house prices and build costs. So we'd ask you to take a very cautious view of that update.
Did you want to respond on those points?
Just very briefly, I agree you should take a cautious approach with viability. The ONS data, I assume that this comes from, shows that the way new build house prices have changed is very significant to all house prices, which is why in the note we disaggregated them, and one has gone up by 37% and the other by 28%. So the way house prices have changed across Shropshire, I think we're on a very similar, looking at very similar data, but when you separate the new build prices out, you do get a different picture. Now, there's all kinds of problems with the land registry data. It's slow in being uploaded. The sample sizes can be small and what have you, but it does give you a picture, and it is the only source of national information that gives you that picture. I'm not suggesting to the council that they should be rushing out and launching a SIL review in the next few weeks to try and capture any additional uplift. What I am suggesting is that they did this fantastically huge viability study, and it's just not proportionate or necessary to be undertaking a full review at this stage because of the way the high level data suggested that viability has improved somewhat.
Thank you. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, just picking up on the point about using land registry data. And I've spoken to our research team about that, and as Mr. Drummond-Hay said, it is very slow. Our research team wouldn't use it because there's almost an 18-month lag in terms of providing that data, so it doesn't give you a true picture, an up-to-date picture. So there's a real caution using that. So the information they've used is based upon square foot as well, which covers the whole area, which takes out the fluctuations. So it gives you a more consistent picture of what the true picture is in the area. So if just to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move to Miss Butterfield then, please.
Thank you, Mark. My Bloor Homes and Taylor Wimpey hat on now. it was a slightly different point to the residential points that have been made. The viability note has considered changes to build costs, construction costs, etc. in the updated note at GC, I think it was 49, isn't it? But that doesn't seem to cover similar changes to costs and increases for employment uses, for example. And it's probably more of a query than a point, really, is that alongside the policy requirement to achieve BREEAM excellent rating, how the costs of achieving that have been considered alongside construction costs, inflation in terms of sort of viability overall.
Thank you. Let's respond.
Within the viability study, the employment uses come out as red, and build costs have gone up for employment uses, particularly some of the steel costs, which went shooting up. They're fallen back a bit now, but build costs certainly have gone up. With regard, so the reason we didn't look at them was that they were red before, and it is, I was going to say it's almost inconceivable, but it is unlikely that any changes are going to have tipped them into the green results. So it wasn't going to tell you anything new. With regard over at the end of the motorway where it leaves the county and you're getting over towards the main motorway network, that is an area that we also look after Telford and Wrekin Council, where you could cover the whole place in huge sheds and people would come and store whatever they want to store in them. When you get further over this way, it's just quite a long way, so people don't want to drive their lorries this far. So it didn't seem proportionate or necessary to do the update. Now on BREEAM will be, or is expected to be, overtaken by the future building standard, which it runs parallel to the future home standard. I haven't looked up the approach that we took in the appraisals for BREEAM, but what we've experienced elsewhere is that the local authority can put whatever it wants in its plan with regard to this, but the developers will build the most insulated and energy efficient buildings that they possibly can, because energy is so enormously expensive. And if you'll indulge me for one moment, we used to look after Croydon Council, and Costco came along and wanted to build a building, and so they couldn't possibly do it to BREEAM. Well, 9 months later, that building won the BREEAM Excellent Award in London. But it had nothing to do with planning. It was actually more to do with just how eye-wateringly expensive electricity is. So that's why we didn't update the that part of the study.
Okay, do you have anything else on that, Mr. Field?
Only really to say the point Mr. Drummond-Hay makes should therefore the policy suggest that BREEAM should be delivered where it's viable to be delivered on site.
If it helps on that, Mom, the draft policy specifically allows for open book accounting in those circumstances to remove that requirement. The policy already does that.
Policy.
Sorry, it's DP12, I believe, but let me just double check that. Is it DP11?
Sorry, I didn't check.
We confuse ourselves by having two different numbers for it, don't we? But yes, it's it's DP11, and specifically paragraph 4 of the policy talks about all of the requirements in that policy and how, if they result in a viability issue, then through open book accounting, that the council will obviously reflect on that and respond accordingly. Similarly, we've done the same with regard to affordable housing requirements, because the council recognises there's a need to ensure balance between policy requirements and viability of development.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hopkins, is it from last time? Don't worry. Okay, does anybody else have anything else then on? Oh, Mr. West, sorry.
No, I haven't put anything up. Sorry, it's my fault. It was just to confirm, really. Obviously, you're representing Bloor Homes on this, and just to confirm that obviously we have got a statement of common ground between council and Bloor Homes. SOCG 13 is the most up to date, which does confirm that, correct if I'm wrong, that your site is deliverable and viable.
It was just more a point about the viability update rather than there's no question about what's in the statement of common ground.
It's confirming that point.
Okay, so that looks like that's everything on matter. No question 4 on viability. So we'll end the session here and we'll break early for lunch. Not sure it'll affect anybody here, but we'll come back at 1:30 for matter 6, which is Clive Barracks. Thank you.
I don't know whether I need to go through the opening particularly. Are you happy? I think there's only Miss Stones that's, you know what's happening. Yeah. Mr. Cook, you've been before, haven't you? You've heard the opening probably numerous times and sick of hearing it. So we'll just get on. I don't anticipate this session is going to take hours and hours this afternoon. So this is to do with the matter 6, and really it stems from ID 28, doesn't it? So we raised some concerns, questions at that point about the deliverability of the site, etc., and whether it was justified. I think it seems as though things have moved on in this time period, this lapse that we've had. So do the council want to start? I don't intend to take this question by question. I think it's a bit silly. Well, we've only got a few people in the room. We'll just take it as a whole sort of discussion. So the council want to do an update, and then Mr. Cook, if you want to say anything, I'll bring you in.
Yeah, I'll provide a brief update, and obviously we'll respond to any queries that Mr. Cook or yourselves may have. Just to set the scene, obviously the DIO have promoted the site at Clyde Barracks through the local plan review process. In informing their site promotion, they've undertaken a number of technical assessments, which are referenced within the statements of common ground prepared between the parties, the most recent of which is SOCG 14. That information, alongside other information that the council has used in the site assessment process, has informed the proposed allocation. In terms of the community engagement that's been undertaken, it's useful to note that there's an action group that was set up specifically regarding the site, which has involved both MP and local community engagement, which has helped to inform the master planning processes that have been undertaken thus far, and culminated within with a draft master plan that has informed proposals and is referenced within both the statements of common ground and the proposed approach within the draft plan. More recently, there has been works to facilitate the future redevelopment of the site, which perhaps I might hand over to Liberty, who's from Fisher German, representing the DIO, just to give you a bit of a background on that. So yeah.
Yeah, just to update, because I'm conscious that the disposal date has moved back to 2030 from 2029. I think the key difference to point out this time, following that sort of delay to the disposal date, is that works are now commenced on the other site that the Irish Regiment are relocating to. So that's a core difference this time round, and therefore the disposal date more accurately mirrors what will happen. That has enabled the site to sort of understand that on-site arrangements for the disposals, such as sort of cutting off utilities to the adjacent airfield and whatnot, can commence in 2028. So just to flag that core difference this time around.
Thank you, that was really helpful. In terms of other work that's been undertaken by the council, in positively responding to RD 28, the council's proposed main modifications to the policy to introduce the expectation that there'll be effectively a phasing plan put in place to ensure the delivery of infrastructure takes place at appropriate times within the wider project. And there's also proposed a series of main modifications to the explanation to the policy to provide more certainty about the actual specific requirements within the policy. Those have been informed by proactive engagement with the site promoter, and the council feels provides an appropriate balance between specificity in the policy and then more detail within the explanation to provide confidence within communities and decision makers about the expectations for development. So I think that's probably set the scene usefully, but obviously we'll come back if you have any further queries, Mark.
I just did point out that that main modification has been agreed, I think, in the statement of common ground. So it is an agreed main modification between the council and the applicant to this point.
Thank you. I think one of the points that was covered in ID 28 from memory was about viability and affordable housing and things. Has that now been resolved?
Yeah, so again, within the statements of common ground, there's an agreement regarding the viability of affordable housing. Sorry, it's SOCG 14, the most up-to-date one. So there's a section 2 specifically deals with affordable housing. Yeah, so effectively there's an agreement regarding the ability to deliver affordable housing on the site in accordance with the policy proposed in the draft plan, and with regarding when the affordable housing is delivered. That will be informed by the phasing strategy that will be prepared and secured via Section 106 trigger mechanisms, if you like, which is consistent with the approach the council takes on other sites of this sort of scale.
Thank you. Do you want to say anything, Mr. Cook? I'm conscious you're the only person here that's. I think we'll just take it sort of, as I say, in the round rather than question by question. So probably the council have introduced it and explained, so it probably is easy now for you to explain what your concerns are, and then
Okay, so yeah, in that case, so I suppose it's worth me saying first and foremost is that, and it's the point that's made right at the end of our matter statement, but I'll say it up front just to be clear, is that I'm not sat here suggesting the site should not be allocated. Clearly, my client recognises that it's a brownfield site, and the DIO through Fisher German have clearly conveyed that it's to be disposed of because it's surplus to requirements. So, you know, we recognise there is an alternative use that would need to come forward on the site. But our concerns still stand insofar as essentially that they align to the points that were raised at the stage 1 hearings, which are the delivery of affordable housing, the lack of evidence in respect of the infrastructure provision, the housing trajectory, and then the vagueness of the wording of policy S19. So what we're suggesting is that essentially what is required is that this is already a strategic allocation, but it needs to be an allocation for the longer term beyond the plan period, given that we've obviously discussed in previous sessions how the plan period is already quite truncated simply due to the passing of time. And so therefore my client has concerns really about the deliverability of this site within the plan period itself. So that's kind of the overarching piece. I can go into more detail on those individual points, i.e. affordable housing, infrastructure, etc. But I don't just want to run off.
I think if you go into more detail now, that'll probably help the council actually respond. Okay. I think they've already sort of covered some of the basic points that you've just mentioned.
Yeah. Okay. So well, I'll go first with affordable housing and infrastructure provision then, because they're essentially linked. So the infrastructure provision for the sites, as we know, is driven by policy S19 part 3 and then subparts A to M. But the requirements are also referred to in various other documents, such as the council's strategic infrastructure investment plan, which is document GC 54, and also the various statements of common ground. But in short, they are works to do with the site access and wider highways works, off-site sustainable transport links, education provision via providing a hectare of land on the site for a primary school, open space and green infrastructure, provision of a local centre, land contamination and remediation, sustainable drainage provision, and then utilities. So in your interim findings, document ID 28, there's reference to the council's viability study from 2020, which again is document EV 115.01. And the interim findings state there is a lack of evidence, and I emphasise the word evidence. There is a lack of evidence to demonstrate that this proposed allocation will be capable of supporting the necessary infrastructure and services planned. Given the site's location away from any main settlements, it's important that it contains a range of services to limit trips by the private car. Therefore, we require evidence which demonstrates that the appropriate necessary infrastructure would be delivered at the appropriate stages in the delivery of this site to serve its occupants. The interim findings don't make reference to a specific part of the viability study, but the wider evidence base, doesn't make reference to part of the viability study, the evidence base, or any promotional material that is perceived to be lacking. But in our matter statement, we highlight paragraph 10.83, which essentially is that the study hasn't attributed a specific or itemised cost to any of those previous items I referred to. So paragraph 10.83 states, the 7 potential strategic sites have been identified and tested. In considering these, it is important to note that the Council is still working up an assessment of these strategic infrastructure and mitigation requirements for these sites. The current best estimate is as follows: Clive Barracks, £9 million. And again, as set out in our matter statement, we can't see that an assessment at any greater level of detail has ever been produced. This has been despite the fact that the viability study is now 4 years old, and it's explicit that it states that the Council is still working up the assessment for the strategic sites. Notwithstanding this, and as you've just heard, there's been several addendum statements of common ground produced between the Council and the DIO, which are documents SOGC 04A and I think it's either 04B or 14. Doesn't really matter which, but that's the August 24 one. The June 2023 version states that it has been prepared to address the further questions raised by the inspectors in their interim findings. And then the second bullet at paragraph 1.3 of that June 2023 version states, this includes evidence demonstrating that the site is capable of supporting infrastructure and services. And in short, it then goes on to reiterate that the evidence put forward is the list of technical documents from the original statement of common ground that has been produced in support of the site. It suggests that these were submitted in support of the Regulation 19 representation to the local plan. So as far as I can see, it follows that the inspectors yourselves would have had sight of them when you issued your interim findings and found that insufficient evidence existed to support the site. The June 2023 statement of common ground then goes on to reference at paragraph 2.3, paragraph 12.79 of the viability assessment, which suggests that the full levels of section 106 would not be sought, as instead some infrastructure would be funded through SIL. The further addendum statement of common ground dated August 2024 does not add much to the June 2023 version, but does make numerous references to various infrastructure requirements being more than adequately identified and costed. And in this regard, paragraph 3.3 of the updated statement of common ground says, the extensive work undertaken to date has enabled an understanding of costs associated with the delivery of the scheme to a level that would not normally be known at this stage of plan making. The point made in our matter statement, and we believe that is also the question that has been asked by yourselves, is whether there is an updated viability study which improves upon the £9 million best estimate. The study states that the Council is still working up this assessment. Our simple question is, where is it? Has it been completed? And with respect to the Council, we're of the view that this is not a demonstration that costs are understood to a level that would not normally be known at this stage of plan making. As an example, it's no secret that construction and infrastructure costs have increased exponentially in the last few years, either through the COVID-19 pandemic or wider geopolitics well beyond our borders. There's therefore evident that not only the £9 million best estimate is inadequate in terms of its detail, but it's also out of date. And then in the matter statement produced by the DIO at paragraphs 2.2 and 2.3, they state that they seek to argue that the evidence they produce is proportionate and make references to the MPPF. And I'm just draw you to the latter half of paragraph 2.3, which states, we do, however, concede that proportionate evidence could reasonably be read to mean that the more important the policy is, the greater the evidential burden is. Therefore, we accept that it is reasonable for the evidential burden for sites such as Clive, I shouldn't miss Clive Barracks, Clive, to be greater than small allocations on a proportionate basis. The DIO and the Council have fully recognised this position, bringing the site forward.
I put it to you that the evidence produced isn't proportionate. So in summary, the interim findings, you found that there's a lack of evidence to demonstrate that this allocation will be capable of supporting the infrastructure. Yet no new evidence has been put to you since those interim findings. So we cannot see how your interim findings can change. We see this position must remain. Yeah, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. The council want to come back on those points, or Stones, whoever feels best able to.
Yeah, if I start and then perhaps hand over to colleagues. Just in some of the points that were made, sort of almost go on to the issues that we discussed this morning regarding the viability assessments. And obviously we talked about, Simon much more eloquently than I could ever talk about, the how costs have increased, and there's a recognition of that within the additional work that the council has undertaken, but equally that new build property values have increased more. So in effect, viability has improved. And I think that's an important point that obviously we discussed this morning, so I don't want to go over that again, but I think it's just worth recognising. Turning to the three overarching issues that Mr. Cook raised, the first being affordable housing, as documented within the statements of common ground between Shropshire Council and the DIO, there's an agreement that the affordable housing consistent with the requirements of the policies in the draft plan are deliverable, and the timescales for that will be dictated by the phasing strategy work that will be undertaken, and then the subsequent planning application. I think that's generally, there's nothing unusual about that. That's the standard approach that we would undertake. In terms of the vagueness of the policy requirements, I think in trying to positively respond to ID28, what the council has sought to do is provide greater clarity through the explanation. That is the role of the explanation. It seeks to provide clarity on what the policy requirements are. The council is of the view, though, that is explanation. It is not policy. The policy requirements are succinct and clear and are supported by an explanation which provides certainty to communities, decision makers, and the developer about what is expected from that development. And we feel that that is an appropriate balance. In terms of infrastructure requirements, I think it's worthwhile noting the work that has been undertaken in the preparation and promotion of the site, and was considered by the council alongside other relevant factors in this determining appropriate sites for allocation. With specific regard to Clyde Barracks, the site is supported by topographical survey work, highway reports and technical notes, noise assessments, flood risk and drainage scoping studies, foul water and utilities assessments, preliminary ecological appraisals, landscape and visual impact assessments, heritage statements and geophysical surveys, arboricultural surveys, including a preliminary arboricultural impact assessment, unexploded ordnance assessments, phase 1 ground investigations, and initial consideration of services and facilities. The council is of the view, as dictated and as documented within the statements of common ground, that level of survey work for a site promotion, it is considered developable within the plan period, but is not considered to be deliverable within the first 5 years because of the lead-in times and the disposal processes that are expected to take place on the site that are documented within the statements of common ground. The council's of the view that that is more evidence than we would normally expect on a site at this stage in the process. And it does provide confidence in terms of what the infrastructure requirements are. And indeed, that work, alongside the wider site assessment work that's been undertaken by the council, has informed the policy requirements proposed and our understanding of the infrastructure needs to support development of the site. So the council is of the view that we are in a position where we have as much certainty as you would expect of a site at this stage in the process that is considered developable within the plan period. But again, not deliverable within the next 5 years. And I think that's where we feel we're at, and we have an agreement with the developer, with the site promoter, that the site is deliverable in accordance with the assumptions that the council has made within our housing land supply, subject obviously to the modification that's proposed to that within our statement to matter 25, where we've recognised the 1 year. Well, effectively, we now have the confirmation of when the site will be vacated in 2030. So we've adjusted for that within our matter 25 statement, but subject to that, there's agreement with the site promoter about when delivery will take place on the site and the rates of delivery that the councils have assumed.
Just on that point, and it might be one that Liberty just to come in on here, is that obviously we have a trajectory, and that's an agreed trajectory from both the council and the applicant, and so the site promoter on this. I think the concern that Mr. Cook raises is about availability of evidence at this point, and I think we've shown that has been available evidence in order to inform a reasoned assessment of the site, but that doesn't stop continued work carrying on at the moment, and work is carrying on at the moment by the applicant on certain aspects of the site. But I think it does need to be recognised that also there is an expectation that there won't be a planning application on this site for 3 years, I think.
Yes, submission in 27-28.
So 27-28. So there has to be a proportionality issue there about how much evidence on viability happens now, because inevitably the same accusation will happen in the evidence on the submission of a planning application as well. That's not up to date. You need to do it again. So that's hence why proportionality is so important in this point. You are effectively allocating or opposing this site is included in a plan, but specifically recognising we know we're not going to get a planning application for a few years on this one. So I think that should be taken into account in the proportionality issue of the evidence required now at this point in time. But having said that, there is evidence happening at the time, and that is being led, as Mr. Corden says, being coordinated to some degree by the local group, the stakeholder group, and maybe that's a good point for Liberty to come in.
We have an ongoing dialogue with what's known as the Clyde Barracks Task Force group, made up of the MP and a number of stakeholders. Most recently, we have discussed with the education arm of that task force group, sort of the future of the school on site and how we can support that and deliver that going forward on the site. So those conversations are all still ongoing to ensure that when that application is made, we are ready with what is right for the existing community, but also meeting the policy requirements. But certainly the policy requirements have all specifically come out of the evidence base that has been prepared to date on the site.
Yeah, and one point I'll just add to that is about Mr. Cook raised the query about within the viability assessment, we'd assumed 9 million in terms of developer contributions and querying when that would be firmed up. Firstly, when we identified the 9 million approximate developer contributions, we took a very precautionary approach. And I think that's been drawn out within previous matter statements that we've produced in terms of the context of both this site and viability more widely, because that is the approach the council's taken. In terms of when that would be firmed up, I think the point is that when is it appropriate for that to be firmed up? The council's of the view that, as we've already indicated, the planning application is not due for 3 years, and if they were firmed up at the wrong time, then they become out of date. So there has to be a level of balance between providing sufficient certainty that the scheme is developable in accordance with the wider strategy, whilst not overly being overly demanding in terms of evidence to support our promotion at this stage. And I think that's where we're at. So in terms of that firming up process, the expectation is that that would be part of the planning application, the preparation of the planning application and the planning application process. And I don't think that's uncommon to this site. That's a general approach across the board, because it is only at that stage that the final technical evidence to support a development of a site would be made available, and the council finalises its expectations of infrastructure. And as we heard this morning, costs change. So if you do that at the wrong time, it quickly becomes out of date. So it's about getting that balance right. And I think that's the message from the viability assessment. Continue that engagement with the large site promoters, which is what we are doing, and ensuring that we have viable schemes at the appropriate stage within the build programme, if you like, for Shropshire.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, do you want to come back on any of that more detailed information?
Please, yeah. And if I may, I would like to just stick to the infrastructure delivery and viability and affordable housing points, and sort of set aside the trajectory and the policy wording points for the minute, because I think it's important to not conflate those issues. But coming back to the viability points and the infrastructure delivery points, Mr. Corden referred to things that were discussed this morning. Excuse me, I obviously wasn't here this morning. I tried to keep my matter statements to a minimum and only focus on the settlements that are directly relevant to my client's interest. But the point you made just then was that viability is improved due to land values and house values and stuff increasing essentially at a greater rate than the cost of materials, was essentially the point you just made. The point I would respond to is simply returning back to your interim findings, is that you asked for evidence. I don't know if there has been evidence put to you to support that point. Like I said, I wasn't here this morning, but you obviously will know, you were here this morning, whether evidence was put to you on that. The second point I would make is that Mr. Corden said that the affordable housing position is agreed through the statement of common ground. The point I would make in response is that the statement of common ground isn't binding, evidenced by the fact that the original one said the site will be disposed of in 2029, and that's been put back a year. Clearly things change. As Mr. Corden said, costs may change. It may well be that in 2030, 2031, when this site is being built out, it turns out the affordable housing isn't viable again. So I don't see how the statement of common ground can be evidence to you that affordable housing will be provided. And lastly, Mr. Corden listed the various technical reports that were submitted in support of the promotion of the site. And I said it up front, but I'll say it again. They were all before you at the stage 1 hearing sessions when you found that there was a lack of evidence to support the site. And no new evidence has been put to you in the interim period. The questions you asked at the stage 1 hearings were broadly similar to those in the stage 2 questions, i.e. have the infrastructure requirements been costed, etc., etc. You found that they had not. I don't see how you can find any different now.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. You also want to say anything else, or not? There's only so far we can.
Yeah. Just a very general point about just the statements coming around and the binding nature of that. It clearly can be amended. The statements coming around can be amended to reflect up-to-date situations. But you mentioned specifically about we don't know where we're going to be in a few years' time around how viable the site is. Well, I would say, and it's counterintuitive for me to say this, but that almost applies to every site in that context. So I think we just need to be a little bit careful there about how far we forecast into the future. I think there's a here and now which we're dealing with, which is with the statements of common ground we have in front of us right now at this point in time.
Just to add to that, Marm, obviously this morning we talked about the additional work that the council has undertaken with regard to viability. So that is before you. That's GC 49. Mr. Cook, just for your comfort, if you like, what that did is looked at how things have changed since the initial viability work had been undertaken and resulted in the conclusion that the council can continue to rely on that because of the fact that, again, I can't explain it as eloquently as Mr. Drummond Hay can. He lives and breathes that stuff, but effectively, build costs plus changes to national policy requirements and increases in costs of property, new build property sales have effectively kept pace. So there is continued confidence that the development remains viable. In terms of affordable housing, I think the important thing to remember is that's why we have a policy framework. So we have draft policies in the plan that address affordable housing requirements, and that, as with any planning application, is the starting point in decision making, and that dictates the framework within which decisions will be made about affordable housing contributions. So that's what gives the comfort in terms of how the council approaches provision of affordable housing on proposals at Clyde Barracks and any other site in Shropshire. So whilst we don't have a crystal ball in terms of looking at future circumstances, what we will have is that policy framework that gives structure for decision makers.
So at one more point, it's not about affordable housing, it's just about infrastructure delivery more generally. And it's perhaps worth pointing out that I know that local road improvements, local highway improvements have been mentioned within the context of this site being a requirement, and obviously that's coming through with additional evidence, which is happening at the moment, I think, in terms of or will be happening over the course of the next few years on that one. But I think it's just a worthwhile point going back to SIL for a second. In fact, on this one is that both the strategic location of this site and the infrastructure around that, and specifically Turnhill Roundabout, which is part, in scope, I think, in terms of the highway issue, both are referenced as specific items on our infrastructure funding statement, which is GC 48. That's included in the second schedule, part 2, which is potential projects currently with no SIL but may benefit from future SIL funding. Both have been specifically recognised on that list because we recognise there could be a cumulative impact of both this proposal but also other proposals in that area, principally in Market Drayton. So there's that, again, going back to the benefits of using a SIL or developer contributions. There's a pooling of cumulative impact there, and that's why it's specifically referenced on that point. And I make that point because it's been referenced in the question about local infrastructure need on that one.
Thank you. Not sure I think that's covered probably everything, hasn't it? I will take that away and consider it. Is there anything else anybody wants to add? No.
Not on those specific points, but still the trajectory, the trajectory. Oh yeah, so not on the infrastructure and viability and affordable housing points, but just a couple of points on the trajectory and then the policy wording, and far briefer than those I've just made. So yeah, I wouldn't make it too long, but essentially, yeah, and as set out in our matter statement, again, in respect to the trajectory, and it has already been touched upon, but my client's clearly concerned in respect of when this site was initially proposed during the local plan process, it was due to be disposed of in 2025. I completely accept there's good reasons why it's been delayed by 4 years due to the Future Soldiers project. But then clearly it's been delayed a further year since the first statement of common ground was drafted. And clearly that's 5 years that have been lost from the trajectory. It doesn't instill confidence that there might not be further slippages for reasons beyond either the council's, well, particularly the council's control, but also the DIO's control. And the reality is we're talking about delivery right at the back end of the plan period here. It's not insurmountable that this development could slip beyond the plan entirely. It would only take a couple more years delay for whatever reason, for it to fall beyond the plan period entirely, which essentially severely undermines the overall strategy for delivery at Market Drayton. And then the second point in respect of the vagueness of wording of Policy S19. I personally wasn't at the stage 1 hearing sessions. A colleague of mine was, but I have watched the recordings back. And the comments that were made in respect to Policy S19 at the time were, there are a number of, I use the expression buzzwords, but they were ambiguous words such as appropriate, around, modest, timely, and extensive. Essentially, these are words that are all open to interpretation. That was the point that was made at the stage 1 hearings. And what the council has done in response is to include a significant amount of supporting text to aid with the interpretation of the policy. And as a planner, I've always been told that supporting text is not policy. When you're determining whether an application is in accordance with the local plan, you determine it against policy. And the fact that the council has had to introduce such a significant raft of supporting text to explain the policy says to me the policy is not clear or effective, essentially, is the second point. But I won't go any further than that because it's in our statement. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I want to come back on that, and I think it might be worth talking about, when you've got sites at the back end of the trajectory, kind of there's always a risk, I suppose, with those sites because the further in the future, what mechanisms you have to be able to deal with that before you get there, if you see what I mean.
So, well, the most obvious mechanism is early review of this, which is something which I know has been talked about and will be talked about as well. And as we've said on a number of occasions over the course of this week and last week, that events nationally might influence that quite significantly in terms of the time frame around a future review. So there is that proposal.
Yeah, I think just a few points on delivery. Firstly, the council's assumptions within our updated schedule, which is in our Matter 25 statement, is an alignment with the statement of common ground with the DIO. I think that's an important point to note. Secondly, it's important to note the distinction in the MPPF between the expectations for deliverable sites in the years 1 to 5 and developable sites within the wider plan period, because there is a distinctly different approach to those two matters. And this is a site that we are saying is developable within years 6 to 15. Specifically with regard to slippage, I think it's important to note that there are a number of national mechanisms in instances where councils are unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply or unable to demonstrate delivery in accordance with the housing delivery test. In effect, housing delivery test introduces needs for things like action plans, additional buffers in the housing land supply if one needs to be produced, and ultimately present potential for resumption in favour of sustainable development. So those are mechanisms introduced nationally to ensure that there is sufficient supply and sufficient delivery taking place. Within our specific assessment housing land supply, the council also applies a 10% non-delivery rate to each component of the 5 years, each 5-year tranche of its supply, and that applies to proposed allocations. So in effect, we are allowing for 10% of dwellings in each category to slip within the subsequent 5 years and obviously ultimately slip out of the plan period altogether. That's already built into our assessment to ensure that we have a robust supply. If you look at the assumptions we've made for this site in agreement with the site promoter, we consider that the rates are cautious for a site of this scale. So we've got 2 years of 25 dwellings, then ramping up to 50 dwellings per annum. On a site of this scale, I think that's realistic, but it's very cautious. We've got examples in other parts of the county where we're seeing delivery of 125 dwellings per annum on sites of this scale. So what we are not doing is putting an over emphasis and over reliance on this site. We consider we've put a proportionate reliance on it within the supply, recognising it's a developable site, and responding to the lead-in times associated with a development of this scale.
I think probably just to add to that, there's a requirement for the local authority to review their plan every 5 years. And so irrespective of whether there's an early review or not, there is that requirement in place. The trajectory as proposed indicates an application will be brought forward in 27, 28. So within 3 years' time, it will be very clear as to whether that site is coming forward in accordance with the trajectory or not. But notwithstanding that, I'll come back to my earlier point of the disposal date of being 2030 now, having much more certainty around it, because of the arrangements that are going elsewhere on the MOD estate to facilitate that relocation, which I suppose at the stage 20, when the disposal date was originally announced, and that 2025 date was given, that work and planning hadn't happened at that stage with the best will in the world. That has now happened. Work is commencing, and that 2030 date is absolutely being targeted and worked towards. And the trajectory in bringing forward an application in 2027 enables that disposal to start taking place in 2028, which is the time which the Army will begin their process of moving off site, so that there's a vacant site 2030 for handover, reserve matters, and to be on site in at 31, 32. And as Dan's indicated, we've got sort of a very modest sort of annual delivery coming from the site, and the first 2 years of the delivery we've got just 25 dwellings per annum coming from it. I think that will absolutely be bettered, but we've taken a very modest and cautious approach.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, did you want to add something else?
Only just as a final piece, and it's really just to reiterate the point that I made in my opening speech, was that you raised, or as a collective, the examiners raised a concern in respect of the trajectory. It's the back end of paragraph 49 of your interim findings, that you raised concerns that the trajectory shows that 400 of the 750 proposed dwellings will be delivered after the planned period. You raised concerns about that fact, and that fact remains true. That's all I can really say on that point. And just lastly is that Mr. West just raised then about reviewing the local plan, and I'm not sure he meant an early review mechanism. I think he meant in respect of the 5-year requirement in the NPPF, but and it's within our various statements, but an early review mechanism built into the plan is something we've mentioned in other sessions, and I think other participants have as well. And this is the only solution I can see to this, is that an early review mechanism needs to be built into the plan to cover off the risks that are associated with this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? I think probably covered. Okay, thank you. That was a short session. So I think we're finished now for this 2 weeks. So thank you very much for all your help. I know it's hard work, isn't it? And you'll all sleep this weekend. Okay, thank you. If there's anything more we can say. Thank you.